gesundes Essen ungesund für Ihre Zähne sein? Säurehaltige Lebensmittel können zu Zahnschmelzverlust führen. Mit der Zeit können die Zähne dünner werden und gelblich erscheinen. ProSchmelz schützt vor Zahnschmelzverlust. Für starke und gesunde Zähne.
Also, wenn du eine Versicherung suchst, die jeden Tag
überall am Start
ist oder sogar als
Lebenslaufbegleiter
deine Zukunft absichert, dann verlass dich einfach auf deine
Weiterdenker.
Provinzial. Immer da, immer nah. Dann verlass dich einfach auf deine
Weiterdenker.
Provinzial. Immer da, immer nah.
harmonic in our interactions. Thank you. And think of many new ideas together in terms of common research, common teaching, summer schools, workshops, hackathons and other tons like makeathons and so forth. And we hope for a real good interaction here. I still believe in presential meetings rather than online meetings because we all are humans and we basically need the personal interaction. And later on, the online interaction works really much better if you all get to know each other. I hope you all use the conference to talk with each other. We have many breaks included. We also have excursions included, so to give you opportunities to talk, which is the most important part of the presential meetings, be that now a summer school or a conference like now. So thank you all very much for coming. Thank you all very much for coming here in February in particular. I know it's not so nice, warm and cozy, but we did our best. We invited the sun in. I give the phone to our Dean, Klaus Hegemann, who will introduce potentially briefly the faculty and himself.
No, not the faculty, not myself, but thank you very much, Waltraud. Buongiorno and a warm welcome in a frozen city, but a sunny city. Welcome to Camp Lindford. Welcome to our faculty, Communication and Environment at the Rhine-Waal University in the Lower Rhine region. We are really excited to have you here, but actually my task is, besides that I have the pleasure to welcome you, to thank everybody who is in charge of organizing these conferences, which are so important for us. Especially the second conference, the first one, usually goes along with a lot of effort, yet also with enthusiasm. The second one is a little bit more tricky. It becomes a tradition, but now you already know that it's a lot of effort. So thank you again for starting it, and now it will become a routine, I guess. So we'll have these conferences quite often. And it's wonderful to have you here as an international community. From my point of view, here I'm at the faculty, the dean, but actually I always feel affiliated to my denomination, business ethics and corporate social responsibility. I'm even more excited since we realized that we had another conference in Germany last weekend in Munich, the Munich Security Conference, and here we do talk a lot about issues which are definitely highly relevant. Yet at the same time we may realize that there are elections going on all parts of the Atlantic, in the United States, next Sunday in Germany. This is not a political address, not at all, yet I'm quite astonished, and I do realize that these issues such as inflation and others are really, really important, but we seriously miss the most important topic from my point of view, the environment and our responsibility for the environment in total, because here, when we do discuss economic affairs, it's quite relevant, but it misses the most important point. There is nothing without the resources of planets, and here we do realize that there are already boundaries. So I'm very thankful, Waltraud, under guidance of our colleague Professor Becker and the team, Patrick Hofer, Klein Samiento, Jan Sonntag, and here Magdalena Moosbroker. I'm really excited that you put such a lot of effort to have this international community here, and we do have other conferences, but this is a whole week of a conference with wonderful events. So I'm very thankful that you put this topic as high on the agenda as it's supposed to be, and I'm very thankful that you as our international scientific community are sharing your thoughts and ideas with us. So please a warm welcome, but also thanks a lot for the team taking charge of us. Yeah. I may hand over to the head of the Green Fab Lab. Guy, it's yours.
Hello, thank you very much. Yes, people, it's my pride and joy to welcome all of you as a representative here of the Green Fab Lab, and I also find it absolutely amazing. We came into existence here only 5 years ago. The Green Fab Lab was created when we had this beautiful garden fair here, and over only those 5 years to hold already the second international conference, I find that a huge accomplishment, and of course that's above all, thanks to the team that Klaus already mentioned. I was told to keep it short. Yeah, we have only 40 minutes for our welcome address. But there's a point that I wanted to make out. Actually, two. First thing, as Klaus already mentioned, we live in somewhat dire times. I mean, we have so many political representatives around the world, in Europe, across the ocean, in many countries, that find it's their mission to drive people apart. I find it all the more important for us here to set a sign, to set a signal that goes exactly the other way. Yeah, we're bringing together people from 8 nations here. I mean, I've been attending international conferences where there was one delegate from another country in Germany, and that's what qualified it as international. So here we're talking about 8 countries, 8 nations that we brought together, and this is the exact opposite and the exact thing that we need these days to be more inclusive, to bring people together here, and that's what I find most important above all. I also find the lineup of presentations that we're expecting here for the entire week. I mean, 5 days conference. I mean, last year it was 2 weeks. There was even a greater event, but still, I find 5 days a major event. Very great, very interesting presentation. I'm not talking about my own. That's due tomorrow. But I'm very excited to have you all here, and despite the temperatures, you may find it agreeable, especially on a sunny day like this. It doesn't come across as cold as as the temperatures tell you. You just need to find a calm corner outside, place yourself on the sun, and you will notice it's actually okay. Okay, people, that's it for my part for the time being, and very glad to have you here, and thanks for being with us.
Good morning, dear friends. I think that the most important points have already been addressed, but I would like to point out, first of all, that I'm really thankful to the German government, which allows us to host you here. So I'm so happy that you found your way to Camp Lindfort, right, from all over the world. So it's really like meeting friends, right? It's a very we are quite familiar with each other through these exchange programs and so on. But who makes it possible, right? In the end, it's the German Academic Exchange Service, which is funded by the Ministry for Education and Research. And this is really millions of euros we got, right, for an exchange. But why, right? It's not just on science and research, it's really making friends. The idea of the German government, it has a political dimension, right, as also Klaus and Kai already stated. It's meeting people, right, to get to know each other and to work together, maybe on a better future, right? At least not to become enemies, but to become friends. So I think this is the most important aspect for me, to be here with you. Of course, we are doing cool science and we have good fun with that as well. But I see that we also have a social responsibility more than ever, I would say, right? If you look at the news nowadays, you feel that the world is falling apart, but this is wrong. The systems may fall apart, but systems are just one dimension of 100-dimensional social interactions, right? So it's just a projection. So some of you have backgrounds in linear algebra. So when we think the world falls apart, it's just a projection of a few aspects of human interaction, right? But we show it could be different, right? We are meeting here and we meet on another level. It's not, let's say, the strategical level, what we are concerned about, but we are meeting here as human beings, right? Sharing ideas, having fun together, sharing a good time, and that's what I'm really looking forward to. And I would like to thank Waltraud again, because she really crashed into my life a few years ago. It was an incentive of a suggestion by Kai Tiedemann. They knew each other from Peru. And then she came to our university, our faculty, and then everything has changed completely. Because it was her, it has been her, right, writing these enormous proposals with a very high success rate, which allows us to really meet here, right? And it's basically her work and her achievement. And of course, then also the way she treats her team is really fantastic. So we are really a close team, almost friends, working together on making this real. And there are so many people who contributed to it, like, for example, Magdalena, who was already mentioned, right? She organized the conference, and then Patrick Kofer in the background, who's our chief financial officer, doing all the crazy, really complicated financial affairs, and so on. Then, of course, Jan is supporting us a lot, right? And Harley now, right? Because they also went to several countries giving workshops there as a capacity building in, for example, embedded systems or drones and so on. So, and Shreya helped a lot, right? And René, he designed the flyer. It's the first flyer we have, which is almost the first almost perfect flyer, I would say. And but what we see already the fruits of this work, right? Because one of our friends, Carlos, he's from El Salvador, he told me that because of our capacity building, he was able to buy a drone, to do some research on coffee plantations. And because of that, he got a scholarship at a university in Mexico to do his PhD finally, right? So that's really a direct outcome. You see, it's really, really, really cool. And so I think what we have to do nowadays is really, as scientists, also to take responsibility for the social impact. And when you see, for example, that nowadays in Germany, right-wing parties are trying to infiltrate schools to try to seduce children, right? On the long term, this is really scary, right? And so we have to not fight against it, but we have to also present alternatives to that, I think. And one way of doing this is telling another story, right? Because science is story. And if you look, for example, at Antonio, he's a scientist, he is astrophysicist, he's a graduate from MIT or postdoc or so, but then he came back to Tenerife, to the University of La Laguna, and then he decided to become a trainer, a teacher, a professor for training primary school teachers in science education. And I was so amazed when I met him, because the final examination of the young students teaching science is telling them a story. So they have to design a theater plot to really convey, let's say, science, but it's more than just the facts, it's the fun, right? It's an emotion. And I think we have to get used to the fact that we have to tell stories also to the society, and also to basically to show an alternative to the bad stories of, let's say, extremists, right? And therefore, I'm so thankful that we are here and that we have been given the opportunity to invite you here by the German government, which is part of Europe, and I'm really happy to be a European. Thank you so much.
I'd like to basically introduce now our first speaker. Ich habe niemanden vergessen, ne? Ich weiß nicht. Who replaces Lucas Dahl, whom we expected to give the presentation today. But I think Josef is always ready to present, and he is part of one of our strategic partners, one of our favorite strategic partners. They are building field robots. I introduced basically the company at a summer school in Chile, or actually it was a fact-finding mission in Chile, because I was so enthusiastic about their work. And since we didn't have them along, unfortunately, next time you come with us, I hope, I felt I want to tell our Chilean partners what exciting things this company is doing, who is living very close to us. And our students love to go there, and we're looking forward to the excursion next Saturday that will give us a better glimpse to what the company has accomplished and what they are doing.
Okay, thank you.
Thursday, not on Saturday.
Okay, yeah, thank you for having me here, and warm welcome to everybody as well from my side. In fact, Lukas was going to present an initiative about joining forces today, so that I hope can be said subsequently to what we just heard. We founded a non-profit association called Open Research Base, like the mid of last year, after facing the challenge that we see so many different agricultural software solutions in Germany. And I talked to almost everybody who is building agricultural machinery in Germany on the last fair in November. And we've seen that maybe in software we find a baseline to join forces. It is called Open Research Base, so I did my PhD in Aachen in robotics. It's not that long ago, maybe 6-7 years, and we had to start everything from scratch. So when we wanted to 3D print, we had to build our own printers. When we want to fly a drone, we had to build our own drones. Nowadays, when I come to a Fab Lab, I was in the other Fab Lab in the morning as well. I see another Fab Lab here, the green Fab Lab, and there's tons of machines already. And this baseline is very important to do good research. And in the software, we see the same. It's better to have a base where we can build on and then combine packages instead of every time when we do a PhD or a master's thesis, start from scratch. Data, as we know, is very important in the age of AI, and for agriculture we need a lot of data. It's not only weather or environmental data, but we need to also see what's on the bank account of the farmer, what can he actually do with his money, and this Open Research Base proposes a farm management system. So it's of course Lukas' slides now, but I will try to dive into it as much as possible. I think his point is that the challenges are everywhere. Like we have not enough workers, we want to subsidize chemicals, we want to increase biodiversity, we have economical challenges, especially in Germany. We have to be competitive with the global agriculture society, and then there's of course complex technology. AI is maybe just the fire in my opinion, but the real machine is robotics. Like AI is just powering hardware, and then it's very cost intensive, and then the question is there a single solution that can solve all these challenges at once, or do we have to tackle them with micro innovation piece by piece? When it comes to agriculture, we always like to make the point that it's not about autonomous driving, it's about processes. So you have a current state, you have a process, and you have a result. It's not just autonomous driving from A to B. And what we see is that robotics help us to carry out these processes. On a tractor, the driver looks behind him to monitor all the processes, but on a robot, we have to have cameras that monitor that everything is going right. And what we utilize since 2011, we have been very early adopters in the robot operating system. We have done summer schools in Aachen, and we trained worldwide, I guess, over 2,000 engineers in the robot operating system by now. And this system, I think most of you will know it, hopefully. I see some nodding here. It combines sensing, compute, and acting. And then also a little bit of data logging. And this is the part that is maybe the worst about ROS right now, because data logging is just XML files, it's TXT, it's CSV files, and there needs to be done more to make the data accessible to farmers and to machine manufacturers. Open source means that we have a real opportunity for sustainability. When we buy proprietary software from Microsoft, from John Deere, from Amazon, from Google, we don't know where the prices go, and we don't know if we can afford them in the long term. And then when we take a smaller software company, we don't know how long it will exist. So open source will always exist. It is runs on so many university servers, and when we commit something to open source, that is real sustainability. And that is what we need in agriculture, because it's not a hype that agriculture is not a hype that ends in 2 or 3 years. Agriculture is something we need always for the next 20,000 years. And that is why it's so important to have an open source stack for agriculture covering everything from seed to harvest to distribution. And I think that is an opportunity to solve a lot of the issues that we have worldwide, especially when we look back to the SDGs, which you can find in the logo of the Open Research Base. As I said, it integrates AI, robotics, IoT. It's basically a software library more than an operating system. So it combines OpenCV, point cloud library, and all these kind of things. But I think you know that. How do we get from data to decision? So we built a lot of different robots, which I might introduce on Wednesday, or even if you want to come to our company, we can show them. There's mobile systems, we have tractor implements, and we have stationary systems. But all of them share, in fact, the same software stack. They take pictures through cameras with RGB, sometimes with depth data included with 3D cameras, and then they filter them, they segment them, they deploy neural networks on it, and then they make decisions. And for weeding, it's very almost binary. It's like, okay, this is a crop we want to keep, and this is a crop we want to destroy. But it goes beyond that, because in the long run, we want to apply fertilizer and irrigation plant specific on the demand that each individual plant has. And for that, we need to really do more with the data that we can get out of neural networks. So that is just, I think, an example from our lab. That is something like a curtain where we just try stuff. And then so that is usually what we do with spot spraying systems or mechanical weeding systems. That's just about weeding. But we think there is a possibility to do just-in-time fruit production. So when you think about how we did vegetables like 500 years ago, then we had like gardens behind our farms, behind our houses, and people could really sustain on vegetables quite a lot. So we have cabbages, especially in Europe, they are quite famous, and they are winter-proof. So most cabbages, they can be harvested even in November, December, January, February, and they survive half a meter of snow. That is red coal, white coal, and I don't know all the English words, but there's a lot of cabbages in Europe. And what we see is that in the summer months, we can probably cultivate 600 plants per day. We seed them, but we also harvest 600 plants. So it's a permaculture. It's a continuous operation on a system that rotates over the field. And if you want, you can visit it in real on Wednesday. And then we have the distribution boxes inside, these green boxes, which we fill up with vegetables, and we have some robotic carriages who perform all the processes. And with this vision, we make the field a fresh storage. So it's not like we have fields where we harvest tons and tons of the same crop. Instead, the field is a fresh storage which distributes the vegetables to the local region. And that means we have a lot more, we have a higher efficiency increase, because we can harvest the plants on demand in a wide window, and they are always still kind of fresh. And that brings us from the point where we think about how to increase efficiency on a hectare of land down to each single plant spot, and how do we increase the efficiency on a single spot. And for that we needed a farm management system, so we took OpenERP, also called Odoo, which brings to the farmers already financial management, inventory, human resources, sales and distribution, procurement. And then what we add, and what we like to participate with universities and with other companies, is to add the field section module, so a digital field log, what's planted where, a plant database with plant AI, the herd management system for cows and chicken. So we are based on a dairy farm with 250 cows, and each cow needs to have his log, and we need to know which diseases they have, how many baby cows they had, and so on. And then we have a LandGPT module, which is also, I don't know what time, how I'm in the time, but okay, so maybe I can talk a little bit about large language models, which we all know and which we all hate. But as when it comes to farm management systems, they kind of have a use. So in Germany, we think that company-specific large language modules are quite fascinating. So this farm management system is not a cloud system; it's orchestrated on the farm, and through the dialect module. So there's somewhere here. You can chat with all your farm workers in any language, may it be Polish or Ukrainian or Russian or whatsoever, and the system listens to the technical knowledge. And then if somebody asks, where can I find a fork? How can I start the truck? Like push the brakes and the coupling at the same time and then turn the key. All this knowledge can be trained into specific company-specific large language modules, and then help quite a lot. No? And in the end, all the data you have in one farm management system, that is the key baseline, the base we need for a farm-specific AI. No general large language model will ever know what really to do on your farm. It cannot advise you to buy herbicide when you have €0 on your bank account. So there's all these informations need to be locked together, and thus we don't need to train a general artificial intelligence, but we need to provide the algorithms that then farmers can deploy the algorithm to all the knowledge they have in one system. And that means the algorithm is open source, but on the farm itself it becomes a closed system. It's difficult to explain in 10 minutes, but you all know open source, so yeah. And then there's the hardware integration into ROS. So we have an IoT module which gathers all the data from your weather stations, from your tractors, from your bank, and so on. Odoo is quite unpopular. Most people in Germany don't know it because we have SAP, but in fact it has 12 million users worldwide. So this is not an initiative of ours. This could be the potential that we are seeking to make a breakthrough in open source technology, like ROS already did. So since 2010, we have seen how ROS grew, of course through military money in the US quite a lot. But I say, hey, when Trump wants us to spend military money, why don't we do the same thing and spend it in open source technology? Yeah. Well, why don't we even think further and say, hey, we are building agricultural drones, but we can put some rockets on them as well. But we could really say, hey, we do 5%, but we are boosting agriculture in a dual use case. And that is basically what the US did. They pushed the robot operating system a lot through the DARPA, through Boston Dynamics. It's military money. Yeah, they had their 5% spending. Okay, and then we have to think a little bit more creative, I think. In the Open ERP, you find about 1,600 expansion modules. You can run your hostel, you can run your restaurant, you can run your hotel with it. And it's all open source. You can really manipulate every module around it. And I see a big, tremendous chance to get to a liberal AI based on this. And right now we see large language models just by scraping the internet, crawling through every website, crawling through every book. But what really matters is company data in these large language modules. And therefore we need an open data management system in the companies. So what did Lucas here? I guess it's again explaining how to connect all these things through the robot operating system. Yeah, we of course would like to have farmers being part of the annotation crowd, so that farmers also, we have generational knowledge on farms, which bugs, bites, what, and so on, and fungicides and all these kind of things. And we have an annotation tool in here, which is based on CVAT, OpenCV annotations. So the farmers could, in fact, in the winter months, deploy their knowledge on the data sets. And then if we at some point have a common compute, like what Rolf is trying to get, we could give the farmers the opportunity to train their data on a public compute and create something that is really universal. And the same technology that applies to plants, but it also applies to cows. It applies to distribution when we enable farmers back to doing field-to-fork distribution and putting something against the grocery stores, which really they don't give the farmers the best value. But when you have a wide variety of products through automation, then you can deliver from the farm, from the field, directly to the end consumer and be much more profitable as a farm. Wow, another slide. Okay. It's actually, in fact, yeah, I think this is really the last. I've seen that there are some backup slides, Justin. This is really, I would say, the last slide, because I work in the field of robotics and AI for almost 20 years now. I grew up on a farm, and I see that it is time to think global, but only act local. It doesn't make sense to create monopolies in humanoid robotics or in AI or even in artificial superintelligence. What is important is to join forces, solve the few, maybe 5, 6 global problems that we have, and food distribution is just one of those. Then it's energy, maybe medicine, and that's all our problems. And then it's good and it's done. And at this point, we have to acknowledge that the race for AI is maybe not really worth it. If we just work together and everybody deploys the same software and hardware on his own farm or in his local community, we achieve global goods much easier. But this is the open source talk for the past 50 years. This is Linus Torvald for, everybody's talking like this, but it's never happening. But I think maybe now it happens. In Europe, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, which look like crazy and nobody is really following them. But they are quite the essence of what we have to achieve. And what we see is that public-private partnerships, which means that we push a little bit as a private company what we are doing here, and then we get a little bit funding from the public hand, then we can really push these solutions to a global level. And then at some point we can even say, hey, there's another company in Bavaria or in Spain doing the same thing. We can just cooperate with them. Because when we automate farming, we have 10,000 customers in a radius of 50, 60 kilometers already here in NRW. So we don't need to compete in the market in Spain or in Bavaria to be profitable. And that means we could create a network of agricultural companies with 20, 25 people like ours, and then just collaborate and share all the mechanical data, all the software data, all the AI data, and just deploy it. And that might be the future that we need to head for if we if we go for the age of AI. Thanks. There's in fact a website called www.o-r.b where you can look into this system. You find the Git repo and you can write an email to Lukas, and if you want participate. Yeah, Lukas is like crazy. He doesn't know it's a marathon. He's sprinting every week, and let's see how long that continues. Thanks. Should I? Yeah.
So, open for a few questions. Eric.
I'm sure I didn't understand quite well, but when you were mentioning the application of large language models, you normally, the idea usually is that you have an enormous database. You're doing, the learning routine requires going basically through all the literature. However, I seem to have understood when you were mentioning you can have a relatively closed system. Would that be based on enough data? Because you're dealing with plant physiology, animal husbandry.
Yeah, in the end, it's all about weights in the large language module, and we take standard modules like Llama or like DeepSeek, and then we weight the company-specific data higher than what it already knows, and then it's just another layer and another transformer maybe for the plant data as well, but we enhance existing modules with higher weights. it's just a hobby. It's really not commercial. It's just, I think that is the way that we have to do it. And I see companies like E.ON, the energy company in Germany, they are doing that as well, quite intensively already. We had an AI conference on last week in Berlin. And we see that these company-specific LLMs are really a good thing. Yeah.
More questions. Jaime, you had a question.
Thank you so much. Very nice initiative, very useful and necessary right now. But I'm curious if there is any equal initiative about open hardware, because here in open software you are doing a real great job. However, if we can access to these hardware devices, we couldn't apply this technology. What about this hardware problem?
I think that is the critical game. So right now all our hardware is closed source as well, and we are working with partners and investors to raise money to do something like this through hardware. At some point, all the patents on the world run out, and we see this, for example, with harmonic drives in robotics. After the harmonic drives got open, the price dropped, so we cannot even build them anymore in Germany. From China, we get harmonic drives with brushless DC motors for around 150 euros now. So hardware at some point will be open source as well. But we cannot do that too early, because hardware still has manufacturing costs. And what we actually would need is Industry 5.0 facilities to produce. So in each city, in each country, we need facilities that can produce any product, which are not specialized in cars or planes or fridges or washing machines. They need to be so highly automated and have so many possibilities that they can produce anything for the local area. And once we achieve that, once these facilities are there in every country, open source hardware could just be there. But as long as we are dependent on the production capabilities of China or the US, we would be very bad advised in Europe to do open source hardware, because a little change in politics and then we have no production at all anymore. So there's a longer path to open source hardware, but it is coming. Yeah.
Any more questions?
Hi, thank you very much. So have you talked to breeders about this initiative? Because I'm wondering, because about within this you create so many valuable data on fields that are super relevant when you're gonna mix this up with, well, genetic information, especially like about phenotypic plasticity and so on and so forth. So I was wondering if you have any, collaborators in breeding with this regard to add like some biological data to this.
Yeah, in that regard, we work quite close with Bayer on the chemical innovations, but we are quite ideologically driven on CRISPR and this kind of things. I think with robotics and AI, we don't need to improve the plant DNA that much, to be honest. So when I come back to cabbages, the monks did the cultivation of cabbages over 1,000 of years in their churches and things, and they just monitored what changes with the climate change, and then there was a cross combination of seeds, and then they cultivated further into cauliflower and these kind of things. And what we see is when we, especially in the long game, go into mixed cultivation of vegetables, then we would like to just believe that nature at some point just again does some cross mixing in a longer period, and don't risk really messing with DNA and these kind of things. And I also see that already mixed cultivation is much more resistance to floods, to droughts, but also to insects and to fungus, because these mixed crops, for example, they don't provide that much environment for a single fly or for a single fungus, because they are all different and they provide different environments. And so yeah, I think that is yeah.
The question is, what do you consider the most significant technical and ethical challenges in developing truly autonomous systems?
I think that the technology is already there. I think it's important to find the right way of deployment. So there's people who think that we have 150 humanoid robots on the farms very soon. And instead of having specialized robots, we will just have long ladders next to the tractor and we place 20 humanoid robots on that. And there's a lot of social risks coming with humanoids, which are too advanced. I would not say they become super intelligent and turn against humanity, but it's like really the challenge taking care of all the maintenance that comes with it, taking care with the energy demand that humanoids have, and then same for autonomy in the intelligence department, in the AI department, we have to be a bit careful how fast we develop this stuff, how fast narrow intelligence or narrow intelligent agents are combined, and we are close to a very weak artificial general intelligence. And I think we see a rapid development right now, which the normal human in our society cannot be on that path. It's too fast. Like everybody here is in science, but when I talk with my father or my mother, they have never used ChatGPT so far, and there is autonomy from a technological point of view it's really done. And when we deploy it, we have to be a bit careful, I would say.
A late final question. So ORB is a non-profit company and you are developing open core technology, as you name it, right? Open source basically, where others can take it out and do their intellectual property on top of that propriety. So how can I become member of your network and how are you doing the knowledge transfer?
So we just launched it like 1 year ago, and so far we just work with 5-6 other German startups. We are still looking for a network manager. We are applying for funds for doing that, and we are looking for university collaborations to maybe assist in making this a real community, a real network. But that is really right now we take on people who really have the same needs, who commit. And then it's, as you said, it's about having a base. It's like open core. Commercial modules can still be on top if you have something fancy or so. Yeah, but it's in the early stage of the beginning to become a network. Yeah.
So I'd love to become a member of your network. No, I have a job already, right? But maybe we have some new talents here, right? Seeking for new jobs, right? Okay, so thank you for your talk. Thank you so much. And we have a break now until 12 o'clock, and then Conor Watson continues with excellent excrement. So I'm really looking forward to that one. Thank you. Oh, we are at 10 o'clock, sorry. Oh, wow, I'm wrong, so it's okay. So I missed it, I swapped the coffee break, so it's now 10 to 10:30. Florian Drebes, is he here already from the Ruhr-Universität Bochum? Okay, so sorry.
Hallo, hallo, hallo.
Getting everyone back together.
We ask everyone to come back. We have the next presentation starting in a bit. So welcome back everyone. Before we start with the next presentation by Florian Drebes, I just want to mention, if you need Wi-Fi, you don't have Wi-Fi yet, on the back of your card there's also a Wi-Fi mentioned and a Wi-Fi password that you can use. If you just connect to the Wi-Fi, it will open up a portal. Maybe you've seen it in hotels and stuff. You can just put in the password and then you are connected. Also for the AI Land excursion and the excursion on Saturday to Bad Ems, we have QR codes here for registration. Unfortunately, due to transportation, we have limited numbers of attendees possible. So if you want to come to one of the excursions, just register in the next coffee break or something. We already have a couple of registrations there. So if you have any questions also regarding, just come to one of us. But now to the presentation of Florian Drebes by the Ruhr-Universität Bochum. He did his bachelor and his master degree there, and now he is focusing on the detection and evaluation of agroforestry systems and monocultures in Kyrgyzstan using remote sensing and machine learning.
Thanks. I would need like one to prompt the thing. Yes. Perfect. Thanks. All right. Also, hello from my side. My name is Florian Drebes. I'm still currently a master student in Bochum for geomatics, and this presentation is actually part of my master thesis that I'm still currently working on. And this is going to cover the first part of my thesis, since I'm still working on the second part. Overall, my topic is the detection and the assessment of agroforestry systems and monocultures in northern Batken, which is a region of Kyrgyzstan, and I'm doing that solely based on remote sensing and machine learning techniques.
Ja, genau, eigentlich schon die beiden. Ist der eingeschaltet?
Perfect, thank you. To give a brief overview of the overall topic, I want to start with the impacts that climate change is having on lots of parts of the world in terms of threatening agriculture. And since most of you know, I suppose, rising temperatures, changes in precipitation, and extreme weather events are occurring more and more in lots of parts of the world, which is leading to an increase of water scarcity, especially in arid and semi-arid regions, such as my study area in Kyrgyzstan, which is heavily threatening the local agriculture. And as you can see on the figure on the right side, the country of Kyrgyzstan is heavily exposed to drought, and the agricultural systems there are exposed to drought, especially the western part of the country, where also my study area of the Batken region is located. Do we have a laser pointer here, by any chance? Okay, it's on the most southern west part of the country, and those areas are definitely highly vulnerable to drought exposure on a big extent. On this figure, you can see my actual study area in the region of Batken, in the most southern west part of the country, and that area is very heavily dependent on apricot cultivation, and lots of the local farmers depend on their apricot cultivation. Lots of the water from the irrigation comes from the Isfara River, but also from glacial meltwater, and the region is currently struggling with water scarcity because of the glaciers water being less and less over the last couple of decades, which is leading to water scarcity and inefficient irrigation systems. And this brings us to the question on what we can do to actually prevent this water scarcity and find solutions to go with further in the future. And one of these solutions could be agroforestry, that we're going to hear more about in the next couple of days, I suppose. But to give you a brief introduction, what we mean by agroforestry is the implementation of trees and shrubs into existing agricultural practices. And for example, in my study area, this is mostly the combination of apricots and alfalfa on the same plot. And alfalfa is basically a crop that is used for feeding the animals. And it can come with many benefits, for example, a better water management, better soil health, and also very important is it can act as an additional income. So it's act as a diversification of the income of the local farmers. So they're not as dependent on one culture as before. The problem with that is, though, that there's still a lack of knowledge about the distribution of the agroforestry systems in the Batken region. And furthermore, it is not 100% proven on, it's not 100% proven if there are any actual potential benefits of the agroforestry systems in Batken. And this is where my first research question comes into place, which I formed as, can agroforestry systems and monocultures, in this case apricots and alfalfa, in the northern Batken region be accurately distinguished and classified using remote sensing data? And to give you a better example of what the region actually looks like, there's a figure on the right side, which is a drone image of of a very small part of the study area, with agroforestry systems being marked in blue, the apricot plots being marked in orange, and the alfalfa plots being marked in green. Yeah, like I said before, this is my study area. On the bottom left, you can, if I want to classify these little plots individually, I would have to be able to segment them beforehand. And the biggest problem I faced was that there is obviously no vector data and no polygons existing that I could use, which brought me to stumble over the so-called segment anything model by Meta. They call itself an efficient solution for automatic segmentation, and this is automatic segmentation model currently in existence, and it is based on billions of different testing samples on millions of segmented images. And what it does is you can basically feed it any kind of okay, there should be an animation right now. Oh, there it is. Okay, there should be an animation right now. Oh, there it is. You can feed it any kind of image, and it could be a family picture of you and your family. It could be a painting like this, or in my case, it could be remote sensing satellite images. And I used this to my advantage to feed it with a Google satellite image, and I was able to segment it like you can see in this picture over here. And this of this model is that it can actually segment new images that it's never seen before and recognize unseen objects without any additional training data because of the huge training sample that it is trained on. And this is what it looks like in my example. So I was able to actually just this is only just a very small sample size of my my whole study area, but I was able to just feed it a Google satellite image, and as you can see, it was totally able to segment all the individual agricultural plots automatically without me having to do anything basically, and this saved me hundreds of hours because otherwise I would have have to do this on my own manually by hand, which would have taken ages. And this saved me hundreds of hours, and I was very happy with the results. Overall, there's some iffy areas, as you can see, some are a little stumbly, but overall I was very happy. And this is what the overall segmentation looked like. So this is my whole study area, and all of these different plots are segmented one by one. And overall, the model was able to detect around 12,000 different potential agricultural land plots that I then used to apply a classification method to find the agroforestry systems. And since I wasn't 100% sure about the background of the people that would be here, I wanted to take a little detour into the basics of remote sensing, because that's basically what I use the most. What we call remote sensing is that satellites and aerial sensors gather data about the Earth's surface without actually having to be in physical contact with the Earth, and this works by the fact that every single object and every land surface is able to reflect light in its own unique way, which creates the so-called spectral signatures you can see on the right side, where every single object reflects light in a different wavelength. Could be the RGB bands, it could be the near-infrared and the shortwave infrared, and these curves you see there are the different signatures, in this case, of soil, of vegetation, and of water. And you can use these signatures to your advantage to, for example, monitor vegetation, to detect water bodies, to be able to differentiate, like in my case, between different land uses, and also detect environmental changes over time. And I use that to my advantage by applying so-called remote sensing indices or spectral indices. They basically combine different bands to highlight specific features of surfaces or of, in my case, agricultural plots. And for example, on the right side, you can see a figure of the so-called NDVI, the Normalized Difference Vegetation Index, which measures the health of the local vegetation and also measures the vitality by simply comparing the red and the near infrared. And on the right, you can see that every single pixel in the picture got assigned a certain value. And the value range is between -1 and 1 overall. And for vegetation, you can say it's in the low positives until 1. And high values indicate that there is a dense and healthy vegetation, and low values, in this case, indicate that there is bare soil or maybe even stress plants. And I used this technique to come up with a model, with a classification model that I used. The databases for that were around 25 Sentinel images from last year, from 2024. And I was lucky enough to actually get provided training data on existing agroforestry and apricot and alfalfa plots that I knew for a fact that there actually were these different land use categories. So I got 66 agroforestry systems, 88 apricot plots, and 59 alfalfa plots as training data. And I was then able to apply a so-called time series over the whole year of different spectral indices to be able to train my model. The spectral indices I came up with that worked the best for my model were the NDVI, like I just said. Furthermore, the EVI, that's the Enhanced Vegetation Index. You could say it's a modification of the NDVI, and it's more accurate when it comes to dense vegetation. Then I applied the NDWI, that's the Normalized Difference Water Index, which is a very good indicator for the amount of water inside of the plants that are in the plot. And I also applied the Bare Soil Index that is able to detect, like it says in the name, bare soil and unvegetated areas. And as you can see on the figure on the right side, I created average, like in this case, for showing purposes, I created different time series of the average indices per category. And as you can see, there are some pretty clear differences between the land use categories. For example, for the NDVI on the top left, you can see that the values tend to be way lower than the other two categories. And what I found most interesting in this, while I did this data analysis, I found these little dips in the alfalfa plots, in the alfalfa time series, where you can see these little dips, and they indicate that the alfalfa gets cut 2 to 3 times per summer. and this is why these values tend to change during the year. And overall, I got a model accuracy of around 80%, which means that out of 5 unknown plots, my model was able to detect 4 of them correctly, which I was quite happy about. And this is what the model results would look like for my whole study area. As you can see, in orange you can see the apricots that tend to be more evenly distributed than the other 2 categories. But overall you can see some clusters here and there, especially in the northern part and the central part. And there's also some parts where my model didn't detect too many of the 3 Landhouz categories, for example in the most northeastern part. And yeah, these are some some data I acquired. For example, you can see that the apricots, there tend to be more apricot plants than the other 2 categories, and they also for some reason tend to be a little bit bigger than the other 2. And obviously also out of the 12,000 plots overall, there had to be other categories as well, because there's not only apricots and alfalfa being grown, but also other plants like tobacco and corn, and I just generalized that in the category of other agricultural land. Which brings me to my conclusions of my current state of the study. Overall, I was very happy with the results that I acquired, especially in terms of the performance of the model, because in my opinion there was a clear differentiation between the different land use categories, and the model was able to demonstrate the potential for using index-based classification based on remote sensing. In this case, in the Balkan region. Right now, I'm working on the second part of my thesis, which is the analysis of the waterability and the drought stress across the 3 different land use categories. Since, like I said in the beginning, we haven't. There's water scarcity is becoming more and more of a problem, and this, hopefully, this provides more information on which land use category is going to be the most sustainable going forward in the future. I also have to mention that all the information that I gathered so far have to be handled with care, because they are not validated by fieldwork yet, and that will be the next step to actually see how my model performed in person and validate it with fieldwork. And after that is done, after those 2 steps are done, I would be very happy to be able to derivate some practical recommendations for agricultural practices in the future, and maybe even be possible to apply my model to other areas in the world that tend to have similar parameters and in similar regions. That would be great. And yeah, that's it from my side, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions that might have come up.
Any questions? We are a bit late, but we still allow some questions. Go ahead, folks. Ali.
Thank you for your nice presentation. I have a question regarding the use of drones. I think the result that you showed was based on the Sentinel data, right? And for the validation, you had field data for. And how about the drone images that you also showed? Did you use for the validation or no?
I did not use the drone pictures for validation, just for presenting purposes.
For just showcasing the 3 crops that you had, the mix.
I would have been very happy to actually have total drone coverage of the whole.
Yeah, of course. No. Just because I was wondering. So you use field data for the validation of your segmentation results.
I used the field data to train the model for the model training.
Okay, and then the accuracy. How did you check this 80% accuracy? How did you reach to that?
The accuracy is calculated by so-called cross-validation. So all my training data gets separated into training data and into testing data.
Yeah, okay.
And yeah, if you run a certain amount of loops, then you can.
Okay, so. So you use the training data for the validation. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
More questions? Still another one. There's one for you to go. Well, they understood it all. Would you be able to make a, if you have a mixed culture, let's say of apricots and alfalfa, something like that, can you then later on give the difference between if the alfalfa is basically shaded by the apricot trees, how it comes to whether there are drawbacks or advantages concerning production, concerning water availability, and concerning, for example, nitrogen, which of course has to do with production.
So you would be able to actually get some information about the shading effects. With the data that I acquired so far, it's going to be pretty hard to take that into account. And I'm also not 100%, like I know that alfalfa likes to be exposed to the sun, but
Exactly.
but with the common, yeah,
potentially drawbacks.
with the data I acquired so far, I'm not going to be able to actually take this into account. No, this is going to be too much of a hassle.
I would be interested in it. Thank you. Well, I guess we let you go now. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we have Lisa Schilling, who is homegrown. She just graduated from our university with a lot of very much success. And we are very happy that we can keep her here. She's going to do a master's here and continues working with Frank, who is her supervisor right now, but they basically work together. And she is mainly interested in robotics, embedded systems, but now she's giving a talk a little bit, if I'm right, away from these particular interests. And yeah, I give the...
Thank you so much. Yeah, all right. Let's get right into it. And also I would need the clicker. Yes, nice. Thank you so much. Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's get right into it. So, as Waltraud already introduced me, my name's Lisa, and the title of this presentation is a stovepipe to bring cosmos to Earth. So basically a very simple radio telescope to measure galactic hydrogen. And since I cannot pronounce hydrogen very well, I will just refer to it as H1 from now on. Okay, so please take a look at these antennas. They're nothing special, but they have two things in common. So first of all, they're all pretty cheap to build. And the second thing, they can all be used to measure the H1 line. So being cost effective is always nice, so it's pretty self-explanatory why you would even want that. But why would you want to receive the hydrogen line? So what does it do? And what even is it? So let's digress a bit about the history of the hydrogen or H1 atom itself. So hydrogen is the most abundant element in our universe. It makes up about 74% of its total mass. And it's also one of the, if not the oldest atoms in our universe. So hydrogen atoms formed about 380,000 years after the Big Bang, so pretty soon after. And this epoch of our cosmos was called the Cosmic Dark Ages. And this period describes the period between, so after the formation of the cosmic microwave background radiation, but before the emergence of the very first stars. So here you can see the background radiation, and these are the first stars forming, and right here, that's about where hydrogen, like right here, maybe formed. And this is called the Dark Ages. Dark because there was no light, so you don't have stars, you don't have galaxies. There's essentially no light, you don't have any photons. At least that is what you would think, that's what the name suggests. But actually, hydrogen during this time was one of the only, if not the only, photon source you had. And now you might wonder, how do you get light or any sort of electromagnetic radiation from hydrogen? So to understand this, we need to examine the behavior of the electrons and protons within the hydrogen atom. So hydrogen consists of a single electron bound to a singular proton. And both of these particles can have a property called spin. Okay. And yeah, don't ask me what exactly spin is. Just know that it can either be spin up or spin down. That's pretty much all you need to know. So let's look at this example where we have the proton and it's spin up in this example. So now you can either have the electron, which is also spin up, or spin down. So this is the parallel state, and that right there is the anti-parallel state. And now, if electron and proton are in fact parallel, there's a very, very rare event that can happen where the electron actually switches or flips. You would call it the spin flips, that's the official term. And this is a very, very rare occasion. Only, like, if you imagine like a hydrogen cloud full of atoms that are all in the parallel state, it would take about 11 million years for just half of the atoms to have undergone this spin flip. But since this parallel state is actually the higher energy state, and the anti-parallel one is the lower energy state, when the atom or when the electron flips, it gives off a bit of energy. It gives off a photon. And this is the exact bit of energy I was talking about earlier. So this is where the photon came from during the Dark Ages. And this photon always has a wavelength of about 21 centimeters, or you could say a frequency of 1.42 gigahertz. And this is the hydrogen line. This is the transmission you can actually receive with a simple thing as this stovepipe. And of course, there are numerous applications for this. First of all, you could of course look back into our old universe, like the Dark Ages or the following ages, and know more about the formation of maybe the first stars. Of course, you have to account for maybe the redshift because our universe is expanding. But you could also use it to do some more local stuff, if you want to say that, by mapping the spiral structure of our Milky Way, for example. This is done by identifying regions with intense H1 transmission. But yeah, of course, you could also do like a general distribution of neutral hydrogen in our galaxy. That's the image you can see on the top right there, where the mouse sits, perfect, is about our galactic plane, kind of, you know, so the Milky Way, the plane of the Milky Way. You have hydrogen everywhere else, but of course, on the plane, it's the most dense. Okay, other applications, a bit more random, also measuring the temperature of the sun's chromosphere. The chromosphere is like some gas sphere of the sun, I don't know, and measuring the rotation curve of the Milky Way and so on. So, maybe you would think, is it really that easy to measure all of this? I mean, the discovery of the H1 line has now been over a few decades ago. But yes, it is actually very easy. And you can use all of the antennas you saw at the beginning to measure this, as well as this stovepipe. It was also one of the antennas on the first slide. So, of course, you have a few parameters you need to consider, but they are all related to the wavelength or the frequency you're trying to receive. And since this is always the same, you can look this up on the internet most of the time, so no biggie. But just in case, this is like a chart or a picture of everything you would kind of need to know. So how this works is, inside of here, you can see like, you can see a copper wire, which is also shown right here. This kind of acts as the probe. So when the electric magnetic radiation goes inside of here, this copper wire is the one that actually like catches it and makes it go through your transmission line to your PC or whatever. And this needs to have a specific length, so 1/4 of the wavelength, and also the distance from the probe, so from the copper wire, to The back-end reflector is important. This also needs to be 1/4, but of the wavelength, which is a bit of a different number, but it's not that important. And also, this opening also cannot be too narrow, otherwise you cut off the frequency you might want to receive. So we're working with about 15 centimeters in diameter, but I think you could go down to 13 if you wanted to. All right. Now that you have all your parameters together, you might want to start building it. And this is also just as simple. Literally just buy your stovepipe that you need, and then you have to drill some holes, as you can see here, for the N-type connector. This thing right here, or right here, so at the very front. This thing holds this copper wire on the inside, and on the outside it allows it to connect like a cable, like a coax cable, for example. As soon as you have connected the connector and the copper wire with the connector, you can measure the whole thing. Like the antenna is basically already done. Now you can use like a vector network analyzer, that's a VNA short. This thing can be used to measure return loss. Return loss is a value that basically shows you how well your antenna is like adapted to a certain frequency. And you can kind of like tune your antenna in this step. So the copper wire I was talking about earlier has to have a certain length. And this length kind of depends on how well you receive the hydrogen or the H1 line. And you tune this by just trimming a tad, like a millimeter, maybe even half. And if you've gone too far, you have to replace it. But you're basically aiming for like 20 decibels would be pretty much almost perfect. But as long as you get above 10, it's basically okay. You can work with that. You should receive something. And yeah, that's it. This time, you're really done. Now all you need is the transmission line from this antenna to your PC. So what we are working with is just a regular coax cable, which gets connected right here. And then on the way, you have a low noise amplifier, this thing right there. So as the name would suggest, it suppresses noise and amplifies what you actually want. And after this, you have software-defined radio, this thing. So just imagine it's like a regular radio that you can use to receive like your radio station. So it kind of makes sense of the signals in the air or in space and transforms them into something that we can work with. And yeah, this RTL SDR, as it's called, has also like a USB dongle, so it can go right into the Raspberry Pi, which is the PC we're using in this case. And the nice thing about it is that it can run 24/7, and therefore we have continuous measurements. Yeah, and the Raspberry Pi then processes the data it receives and can visualize it, like on a graph. As you can see on the very right image, that's the data that we have received with this antenna. This is all very easy. It works with a few CSV files and some numerical methods within like a Python script. And yeah, that's basically all you have to do to receive this hydrogen line, and then do whatever you kind of want with it. The data is there. And the nice thing about this design is that it's like highly replicable. Pretty much anyone can build this. If you don't take into account the cost for like the Pi and the SDR, this thing itself costs like no more than 30 euros. So pretty much anyone can build this. Students, pupils. It's amazing for demonstrating the concepts of like radio astronomy or numerical mathematics or software or hardware integration. So for example, some other future projects we would like to do, or at least one of them, is build multiple of these to kind of create an interferometer so we can measure even more data. And this is very easy because it's so cheap. Okay, thank you so much.
My stove is not going to have a pipe anymore, I guess. Seems so easy. Anyway, I'm sure there are some questions. Would be something for Antonio maybe to do with his children. Where is he? There is Antonio. You have to have a question.
Thank you for your talk. Well, at the end you answer my question. Are you thinking of some interferometric implementation of the device? So yes, answer. And I'm not an expert in radio astronomy, but from an educational point of view, it's really impressive because it's very cheap, and it can be like an interdisciplinary activity to involve people from, let's say, physics or engineering down to going to education. Do you have my question? Do you have already any educational or scientific project in mind to carry out with this very nice piece of work?
Okay, so yeah, I personally do not have like a very specific application for this right now. The main purpose is to teach others with this thing. So within like the context of the courses here at this university, we have already used it. So we have one course, Werkzeuge der modernen Astronomie, I don't know. And during this, we have already presented this. And we would like maybe for the students to also build this themselves in the future.
Actually, I would love to put you guys in contact with the. I'm from Tenerife, from the Canary Islands, from the Astrophysical Observatory. They have a very nice microwave background observations there. So it could be, and they work with the 21 centimeter line. So it could be really a beautiful, work to do. I'm thinking right now in the educational part, so they can have like a project like this to work with the university students and also, with lower degrees. So I will back you later with this. And congratulations, it's a very nice work, really.
Any other questions? Carlos.
Hello. Congratulations for your impressive work. What I couldn't see was the constructive detail of the antenna.
This is the antenna.
Oh.
The whole thing is the antenna, but it's basically the part.
Do you think you would have different results if you coiled the wire?
I am not an expert in this case. I actually do not know if this is like a valuable application for this. It might be, but I will have to do some more research on this. I mean, it is very interesting. If we could get better results during doing this, it would be very nice. So I'll have a look if that's possible.
Lisa, thank you so much. I think it's rather a question for Frank. Who is going to build the interferometer? So the software-defined radio, how many channels does it have, and is it able to do interferometry? Because you need a very precise, let's say, phase, right? You need a very precise time base, which is basically in sync for all the receivers.
Connection to the former radio telescope of the University of Bonn. It's the Stockard. It's not far from here. It's about 100 kilometers from here, 25 diameter radio telescope, a single dish. And they also established a radio interferometer with 3 of these stovepipes. And what they have seen is really that a couple of months ago, they have seen this huge solar storm in the data, and I would like to have it here. Yeah, no. So one of the next projects would be, together with the students and Lisa, of course, to create such a radio interferometer with the simple techniques. I hope. Okay.
The baby is back. Anyway, thank you very much for your talk. I think we are very enthusiastic. And now now we invite the next speaker, our first international speaker coming from Costa Rica, Pablo. He's going to stay with us a while longer, not only through the he's going to do an internship with us, funded by Landhouz too. He is basically in a study area similar to our environment, and normally my voice is carried. Okay, sorry. Similar to our study area of environment and energy. He's just finishing his studies. Now he's doing an internship with us. And he's basically interested in water sanitation, water recycling, but also renewable energies, in particular biogas production, as far as I know. And we hope we hear more from him in the future. And potentially there could be some collaboration with Antonio again. And so I give the microphone to you. The word to you too.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Pablo Mora, and as Pablo said, I am a senior student of Sustainable Development Engineering at the University of Costa Rica. And today I'm going to explain to you about the project that has the name Biogas Production from Anaerobic Biodigestion of Organic Waste Generated in Milky Taste in Costa Rica. This project has a researcher, Carlos Sanchez Romero, and me, Pablo Mora Céspedes, and as assistant. In the content index, we could see how the presentation are going to be with introduction, area of study, research problem, objectives, methodology, results, and conclusions. In the introduction, it's important to remember that this project is in Costa Rica, a little country in Central America that has approximately 51,100 square kilometers of area, and this country is known for worldwide for its beauty nature and abundant flora and fauna. Other thing important to say is that in 2023, the gross value of agricultural production was divided in three principal sectors: the farming sector, the fostering and hunting, and the livestock sector that is so important for us for the production of biogas. The area of study we could see in the picture of the right picture with the color red is in the middle of the country, and its name is Turrialba. And this part of the country is known for its large dairy and fathering sector. The research problem, we have three principal problems: the greenhouse gas emissions, the accumulation of manures, slurry, and other organic waste, and the direct impact in the soil and rivers for those organic waste. For that reason is that the university started the biogas production project. In this part, the objectives is the first one is determine the physical-chemical characteristics of each substrate and inoculum. The second one is evaluate the production of biogas from anaerobic biodigestion. And the last one is to establish the proportion inoculum could use to maximize the biogas production. And the methodology, we have 6 principal steps that we have to follow. The first one is the manual collection and preparation on the substrate and inoculum. In this part, we basically have to go to the dairy and try to collect, to do the manual collection of the manure and slurry. And in the inoculum, we have 2 options. We could create our own inoculum that is a combination of manure and other nutrients, or to use the sludge treatment plants. In our case, we use our own inoculum. The second step is determination of physical-chemical characteristic of each substrate and inoculum, because with those data, we could create or prepare the mixtures based on volatile solids, content, and substrate and inoculum. When we finish the step 3, we could create continue with the predigestion characterization, that we create a new mix For that reason, we have to do the again for those mixtures. When we finish this part, we have to measure every day per 14 days with a needle, and we have to measure the biogas produced for each sample. And we finish with the post-digestion characterization that we use to compare the behavior in the beginning and the end of the experiment. The tests that we use on physical-chemical characteristics are volatile solids, total solids, ammonium, pH, electrical conductivity, COD, and alkalinity. In the preparation of the test, we basically use that equation, and as you can see, we have different data produced by the methodology, like volatile solids of inoculum, volatile solids of substrate, and we use a constant mass of inoculum. For that reason, we could find the mass of substrate that we have to use to create the mixture. The steps are add the inoculum, the 30 grams of inoculum in a beaker. Then we have to add the grams of substrate that establish the equation. And there we have to complete with 1050 grams of water. Mix it all, and we have to extract 75 grams and add to the 100 milliliters serum bottle. We close hermetically, and we have to inject with nitrogen to displace the oxygen and to create anaerobic conditions. Sorry. Okay. The test, we use different combinations. The first one, the wetness, slurry, manure, and tree mix. The mix 80% slurry and 20% manure. 14 days, the average accumulated biogas behavior. And as you can see, in the beginning, we have a stable behavior in all the samples. And when we are close to the middle of experiment, we could see a clear increase. That's happened by that happened because the microorganisms that are in the inoculum start to eat the organic waste. For that reason, we have more production of biogas. And as you can see, the more production of biogas. And as you can see, the slurry are the sample with more production of biogas, followed by the mix 80% slurry and 20% manure. In this part is the same. We could see the behavior that I said is the slurry with more production of biogas accumulated, followed by mix 18% slurry and 20% manure. Then mix 70-30, and then mix 60-40. This behavior happened because the slurry is a combination of different things like manure, water, and other things that could be easier to eat to the microorganisms. In this part, we could see the behavior of the total solids in the beginning and the end. This happened in this part. We could see the organic part and the inorganic part. For that reason, we have a clear decrease or reduction with the mix 70-30 with the more reduction, and then the mix 80-20. The volatile solids is the same situation. We have a decrease in the end, and we have that the mix 70-30 is the most the test with more reduction with 42%, followed by the mix 80-20 with 34%. And this part is pH. There is a mistake. is the pH. We could see that it's the same situation. We have acidification product by a process carried out by the microorganisms, and after the 14 days. The conclusions, we have three principal conclusions, The project is development stage. The characterization stage has been complete, and we are working now in the biogas production. And the BMP testing using settled bottles allows grid control of the experiment. See our method that facilitates incubation and measure of the biogas. And the last one, the generated inoculum has been successful, which is vital to the project because it provides the microorganism necessary to degrade the organic waste and the substrate, the slurry and the manure. This part is to give acknowledgement to University of Costa Rica, Latined, and the other organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
One out of ignorance. Actually, the inoculum is commercial, or is it prepared on the basis of previous? It's commercial.
No, right now it's an investigation program. But the idea is.
But I was referring to the source of the inoculum. Then, if it's not commercial, how do you prepare the original inoculum? Because obviously, what you're enriching is in methanogens. And okay, just one more thing. It would be interesting. I mean, there are very small gas chromatographic methods where you can check efficiency also of methane generation, which might just help a bit. And they're very quick and relatively cheap systems to see enrichment in methane production or biogas in general, which is what we're actually measuring.
More questions?
So my question points in the similar direction. So how do you measure these the gas production?
Right now we use a manual measure. We use a needle, and we have to measure every day, and in the same time, in the same hour, every day we have to measure, and we have to complete the information to analyze after the experiment. Yeah. I mean, we measure with the movement of the needle plunger. Needle plunger is a manual measure.
So would it make sense to automate this somehow? To have a continuous reading, for example, and to have more samples, right?
Yeah, the idea is continue with more samples, more types of inoculums, substrate, not just our own inoculum. Sludge could be other options, and other kind of manure or slurry, because it could change if depending of the medicines, the other things, we could continue with this way.
I come back to an original question. Where do you get the sludge from? Is it from?
The treatment plant, waste treatment.
Exactly. I would expect over the course of the year, even though it wouldn't be as extreme as here, you get different type of sludge, right? So one should maybe also take this into account, right? And in the end, what do you want to use your biogas production for in terms of energy? Do you want to use it as for stoves or for industrial purposes, or what is the final idea?
Yeah, in Costa Rica, not common. In Costa Rica, it's not common to use to produce energy. Costa Rica have other options, but in the area, in Turrialba, it's a little farmers. It's a town that could use the biogas to or own process, to create the cheese, for example. For that reason, they could use the biogas, or the same to cook to prepare the food, in the house.
Yeah, that seems to be a great idea, and especially for small farmers, I guess, which could use the energy and avoid cutting more trees, for example. And I think for these simple machines it wouldn't be a problem, but I would suggest measure your sulfur too. For more sophisticated purposes, you may have a problem. Anyway, thank you. Now we have Rolf's coffee break. And I hope there is a lot of questions to our speakers and interaction between you. We will meet again at 12 o'clock in theory. Let's check.
Yes, we're on time.
Ah, we're on time.
It seems so busy. Long time no see. Great to see you again. How are you? Yeah, long time. Well, when was it? When we opened the Zukunftslabor? Yeah, right. You were there with the drones.
3 years ago.
Yeah. You doing good? Great. Yeah. Good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And the plan for the future is?
For now, I just want to finalize the master. I have an operator which is running until 2026.
Yeah. Let me get around it. So. Next 6 weeks. So, I've got my talk here.
Okay, perfect. You already have.
Are you the talk guy or who gets up? It's called February the 17th. And this super duper screen doesn't take a pointer. Where's there, but not on the screen? Well, the pointer works anyway. Just can't get it. Thanks.
Maybe a PhD.
Quick question.
llevar algunos temas prácticos.
Sí, 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 sí.
Por ejemplo, uno les pedí implementar rutinas en Stovepipe.
Ich gebe es einfach an weiter. Hi all, we'll continue now. We'll continue.
Oh, yeah. Okay, everybody, we back to work.
Yeah, put it very loud. in jail. Come on, over here now. What are you waiting for?
I forgot the drums. Nice in the sun, right? Okay, I guess we just get started. Conor, where's Conor? Here he is. Okay, Conor wants to be introduced as a soil scientist. That's it. We're gonna stay with excrements, right? We had some cows, now we have some. You just tell us.
Yes, thank you. My mother's very proud of me. I work with insect shit. And yeah. Exactly. So what a wonderful theme. And I will talk about what Frass is, for those of you who don't know. And I can't actually use it as a pointer anymore. High tech. Yeah. In any case, I will dance in front of the screen now and again if necessary. Yeah, so I'll talk about what Frass is, why we get excited about it as a potential soil improver, and the kind of environmental problems it hopes to alleviate, but also could cause. So, if I just go on to my next slide here, I'm sure you've heard that the Earth's population is growing, and with that, the Earth's demand for protein. And of course, I don't need to explain to a lot of our South American friends here that that leads to very heartbreaking things like deforestation for cattle or intensive agriculture of soy, and in tandem with that goes things like increased methane emissions in the world, increased nitrous oxide emissions. So profoundly depressing, but cheer up, because we have insects as an eco-friendlier protein source potentially. We're not yet at the stage here in Europe where we all have alternative protein insect burgers like the one in the top right there, but nevertheless the EU's recently allowed mealworms in the middle left of the screen there as a food ingredient. So they're ground up and added, you know, they're very, very proteinaceous, and they're added to some of our foodstuffs. But most are grown commercially as a feed for poultry, for example. So we've got black soldier fly there in the bottom right, used to feed poultry, or we've got fish feed that can, you know, various different species can be used to feed fish. So these are three from which we use Frass most frequently at the Hochschule Rhein-Waal anyway. So what is this Frass stuff? This Frass is a mixture of the larval excrement, but also in that mixture there will be undigested foodstuff that the insect larvae have been given. And shed exoskeletons in a typical growing cycle, a commercial growing cycle. These lovely little creatures will shed their exoskeletons 6, 7, 8 times. And why are people getting very excited about this? Because if we're making protein in a more environmentally friendly way, and we can use the byproducts, we're left with this very fertile stuff, the Frass. So that's potentially a good organic fertilizer. There are other end uses as well, which I could maybe mention at the end of this talk, but if this stuff can be used as a soil amendment or organic fertilizer, then we have a potential closed loop industry. And we can see there within Europe, we're developing hundreds of thousands of tons, and that means we have hundreds of thousands of tons of Frass to play around with. I've got a bit of a collection. I don't have hundreds of thousands of tons at the up in Caleva, but that certainly allows for lots and lots of experiments. Without going into massive detail of those experiments, I'm going to summarize the results from 3 or 4 papers that we've been involved in. But first of all, the thing in the red box there tells us we have a very nice carbon to nitrogen ratio in this stuff. This does not tell us about the availability of that carbon and nitrogen, but when you put something like that into the soil, the microbes tend to say thank you very much and start having lots and lots of babies. So this is a very, very nutritious stuff. We know it's very, very carbonaceous, so that we've got between 37 and 39% carbon. When you put something that carbonaceous into the soil, that means we have lots and lots of reactive groups. And those reactive groups can reduce the bioavailability of some nasty heavy metals. So here we can see cadmium, copper, nickel, zinc. The Frasses have been added to this heavy metal contaminated soil, and we've compared the reaction of the heavy metals when we apply another invertebrate byproduct, vermicompost. And the bioavailability reductions are absolutely concurrently with this, we have microbial biomass growth, which is fairly amazing. So when we've got, despite the presence of these very, very nasty heavy metals, the microbes have nevertheless, the biomass of the overall soil microbial biomass has gone up because of this high content of carbon and nitrogen. I will keep mentioning nitrogen because nitrogen really is, or the release of reactive nitrogen is something that is an undesirable byproduct of this Frass application to soil. So we're adding in a carbonaceous product, and this can potentially be used to reduce heavy metal bioavailability. So that's an environmental tick, but this next slide shows an environmental cross. When we apply Frass from larvae that have been fed a more carbohydrate-rich diet versus a Frass that comes from larvae that have been fed a more protein-rich diet, then we can see these large spikes of nitrous oxide emissions and carbon dioxide emissions. So two highly undesirable greenhouse gases are shooting up when we apply this stuff into the soil. So this leads me to my first catchphrase, which is really what they eat affects what they excrete. If you give these larvae a more carbohydrate-based diet, then there's much more bioavailable carbon and nitrogen in the Frass. You put that into the soil, and rather than it being fixed in the soil, long-term in soil organic matter, or in the microbial biomass, it's going into our somewhat stressed atmosphere. Or benefits of Frass. And this rather bland table, just with all these secretive names like Frass C and Frass M, this is really just to keep the names of the larval producers anonymous. But this illustrates the three things that will have the biggest impact on Frass chemistry: the species of the larvae, what they are fed. Remember, what they eat affects what they excrete. So we've got things that are much more carbohydrate rich there, like a potato or wheat based diet, versus a more protein rich one like a brewery grains diet. And finally, something I'll come back to towards the end of this talk, this rather insane prerequisite of the EU saying if you're going to apply this stuff as an organic fertilizer, it needs to be sterilized first for 1 hour. We don't do that with cattle dung or sheep dung or whatever else. But yes, I will come back to that and talk about the potential environmental problems that could cause. So this unremarkable graphic is just telling us, all I would draw your attention to is the scale there on the left-hand side. We have here extractable nutrients in grams per kilogram. So we know that the nutrient content of these Frass samples are very, very high. That ratio of nitrogen to phosphorus to potassium is not ideal. Normally plants prefer to have more nitrogen than phosphorus and more phosphorus than potassium. Nonetheless, there's lots there. The nitrogen is mainly in organic form. Here on the left-hand side, we've only got the inorganic ions of nitrogen, the main ones in soil, nitrate and ammonium. But it's being released from the three main organic forms. And that leads me into my next point, which is if this organic nitrogen is broken down and released, we have observed some absolutely incredible build-up of nitrite in the soil. So I mentioned that the two main forms are, or the ones that we measure are measurable in soils just about all the time, are only nitrate or ammonium. And there's this very toxic intermediate product, nitrite. But we've got a build-up here, ladies and gentlemen, of 130 milligrams per kilogram, which is incredibly high. And that's going to be toxic to many microbial species and many plant species as well. So why is this happening? It's happening because not only is the overall microbial biomass in the soil is going up when you put in lots of bioavailable carbon and nitrogen. The fungi love it. I'll come back to those later on. The bacteria love it, but also we found there was profound buildup of archaea, and archaea are, or many of the archaea are ammonia oxidizers. So they're converting ammonia into nitrite, and that's the reason why we saw this very, very high buildup of a soil toxin. So again, environmental black mark. It's not all bad news. It's common agricultural practice to add a nitrification inhibitor. So here we've got an example, this DMPP. You don't need to add particularly much of this, maybe 10 or 20 kilos of this stuff per hectare. And in this experiment, we found it build up by, between 98 and 99.7%. So that's a relatively easy and cheap way to avoid this undesirable environmental black mark. What's happening here when we add DMPP, for example, is it's keeping all the inorganic nitrogen that's released, the organic sources, in this ammonium form, and it's not allowing, or it's allowing much, much less to be converted into nitrite and later on nitrate. But that got us interested in using some more inhibitors. If we assume most of the organic nitrogen is in the form of either urea, protein, or chitin, so the chitin comes from the exoskeletons of the larvae. The protein will be what is in the feed that they've, for some reason, not digested. And the urea is the lovely excrement stuff. We can also apply a urea or a urease inhibitor. Like there's an example there, this NBBT. And we found that the release of inorganic nitrogen when we have something like that in the soil can be reduced by, say, 40%. So that's telling us a big fraction of the organic nitrogen in the frass is indeed ureic. When we reduce this release of ureic nitrogen, something interesting happens. But first of all, I just want to talk about how much I love fungi, and this ergosterol is a fungal biomarker. And when we apply frass to soil, the fungi love it, and the fungal biomass shoots up. So this fungal biomarker, ergosterol, is showing us this. But here in the bottom right, I've highlighted when we've got a urease inhibitor, the fungal biomass has really shot up. And that's because the fungi have a tremendous enzymatic capability to seek other nitrogen sources. So when they can't access the ureic form in frass, they are attacking the chitin part, and this is evidenced by the chitinase activity also being stimulated here in this graph. But we're not really thinking just about the soil microbes. We're also wanting to think about those green things that grow in the soil, namely plants. And this was one of the observations from a previous experiment a few years ago, where we can see on the left-hand side, this is a frass-fed plant looking absolutely robust versus a non-frass-fed control. When I doubled the amount of frass that was in the left-hand side pots, we can see on the right-hand side absolute Armageddon. So the poor grass seeds haven't even germinated, and this is again because of reactive nitrogen. When you moisten a soil and there's lots of frass in that soil, there can be very, very localized ammonia toxicity evolving, which has stopped any germination of the seeds. So this is telling us more and more that nitrogen, or release of reactive nitrogen, is the main theme of frass application to soil. A much more sensible approach than one in this previous slide. So here I've got a very, very high application rates. I wasn't really thinking about, well, what is the nitrogen need of these grass plants? So a much more sensible approach is to think about how much do my test plants require, and to try and work out where, at what point do the plants suffer from too much of a good thing. So here are the first two test plants we've used, lettuce and peas, and we've applied 100% of the pea or lettuce's nitrogen requirement right up to 175% to see if can we identify this point where they start to suffer from too much of a good thing. And yeah, this is just preliminary results from the benefits of Frass project, but we can see that maybe at 150%, the growth, the biomass, above ground biomass is showing us that they like that much, but then maybe after 175% is beginning to tail off again. So the biomass production relative to the 100% control is not significantly different. I do come from Britain. That does not mean I am anti-EU. I love the EU. I actually have an Irish passport, so I am a passionate EU citizen, but I do not agree with this policy of sterilising the Frass. From our sample banks, we have some Danish and Portuguese Frass, and we did some preliminary experiments comparing air-dried Frass versus what's happened when it's been sterilised for 1 hour at this at 70 degrees, and it looks like there's been a substantial loss of nitrogen there. And I would like to prove this, but it's quite difficult. It's a big analytical challenge to try and measure ammonia loss over such a short period of time, but that's my problem, not yours. Another thing that we would like, maybe it's a bit more of a sort of nerdy thing to try and investigate, but what's the relative size of these urea fractions versus protein fractions versus chitin fractions within the Frass? And so we've bought some very, very expensive inhibitors, and that's going to be one of the next few experiments that we do within this Benefrass project. I have no idea, I've been talking too long, but don't worry, I'm finished now. I'd just like to say, well, my take-home message is, of course, that we have this plant-specific response to Frass application rate. So it's absolutely vital that we identify the sweet spot, and we are not subjecting plants to over-fertilization, because, yeah, this picture in the top right there shows us, yeah, the extreme, what can happen if we really do over-fertilize. The undesirable buildup of nitrite can certainly be prevented by using these nitrification inhibitors, so that would be a relatively cheap solution to a potentially very nasty environmental problem. Another potentially very nasty environmental problem is, of course, heavy metal availability, and these things, Frass as a soil amendment, seem to be able to reduce this very, very well. But finally, the thing that we need to get our heads around most within this project is the effect of larval species, larval diet, and the point I just made in the last slide, the sterilisation on the Frass chemistry, because if we don't do that, then we don't understand fully the impacts of Frass application to the wider environment. So I had a final thank you slide, but there we go. I'd like to thank all these wonderful people who have helped me throughout lots of my research, and numerous student assistants who I have, they're too numerous to list really. Thanks for your attention. I'm all ears.
So, are there any questions? Okay.
I have to be the first one, I don't know why. But, you were using urease inhibitors, DMPP and others. These are obviously experiments on a limited scale, but I've seen that DMPP has been used, for example, to inhibit the emission of nitrites in urine by cattle in the field. But the half-life of DMPP is around 40 to probably 60 days, depending on the soil. It doesn't sound too practical.
Oh, how I hate that question. Yeah, you're quite right. You're quite right. And another problem is that if nitrification inhibitors are applied concurrently with urease inhibitors, there isn't a cumulative effect. One seems to cancel the other out. it's maybe not that bad. I think what you're talking about is the environmental half-life in ideal lab conditions. I think with a nitrification inhibitor like dicyandiamide, the half-life might be 6 months. That's because, yeah, the temperatures in the field are a lot lower than they are in the lab. But you're quite right there. So they would need to be reapplied at some point.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Super interesting. I was wondering if you have thought of using stable isotopes, for example, of urea labeled with M15, so you could track how much of that urea nitrogen is being taken up by the microbes or fungus or so on.
I love that question. Yeah, yes, this is something I'd actually cut from my known unknowns, but yes, we have started. The plan is we provide 15N labeled ammonium nitrate to lettuce plants. Let the lettuce plants grow. While they're growing, we add some 13C labeled carbon in the form of glucose to the soil, and then we've got this lovely 13C and 15N enriched lettuce biomass. Then we feed that lettuce to black soldier flies, and then we have labeled biomass and frass and plant, and then we can do some nice experiments looking at the dynamics of the carbon and nitrogen. So yes, you've basically guessed what I'm up to.
More questions? Questions. But I'm sure during lunchtime a lot of questions can be posed, and Conor might love them or hate them. Yeah. That's Carlos. Carlos is here. So our next speaker is Carlos from Salvador. So far UNICAES, now at another university. And Rolf told you before, we were working together with drones, and some of our some members of our group have been there and worked with Carlos on drones, and he succeeded in quite a few interesting experiments with the drones.
Thank you very much. Please excuse me. Well, thank you very much. This is pretty much what we did. This is a coffee plant for those who really love coffee. It is more like a berry with a seed inside. And this is very healthy. This bright red color means very good quality grain. These are the people located in, well, this is the owner of the large area of the coffee plantations. These are the managers, and this is an exchange student, Moritz, or as he requested, Maurice. Maurice Stumpel. We both knew nothing about drones and analyzing that kind of stuff, but we received training with the guys. Thank you for that. And we started analyzing the wildest environment possible in El Salvador, which is the agro-ecosystem. We will see now. This was performed while affiliated to UNICAES, but now I'm with another university, University of Sonsonate. Well, then Oh, okay, thank you. Well, okay. The objectives were to evaluate the health of coffee under different weed management. These guys are using both mechanical weed removal with labor work when they find people who want to actually work with that. And when they cannot find people to do it manually, they are forced to use chemicals. Yes, those chemicals. Glyphosate, I'm sorry, I know it's banned from the dictionary. And also methyl sulfuron. They make a combination of those two chemical compounds. And what we were expecting to see is how the herbicides create a clear impact over the coffee plantation. So you can see that we faced a very complicated situation in which we had so many shadow plantations, so many shadow plants, because coffee cannot be directly exposed to the solar shine. It affects the quality of the coffee. It experiences sunburn on the leaves. So this also cools down the plantation, and when you go through multispectral imagery and you retrieve the NDVI and the green NDVI, you get this mixture. Red parts are wood, and these green parts are coffee, and the rest is very messed. So how did we manage this? Okay, first, we decided to use green NDVI because it reflects better, as the literature expressed, the health of a plantation by reflecting or showing the reflectance of chlorophyll. It happened to be very good with coffee, but you can see here how the tones change. These are the youngest leaves of coffee. These ones are the oldest. The colors are very different, and this is the vegetation that protects the coffee. So there are so many different coffee reflectance indexes. Okay, we also compared NDVI pure and another indexes, but at the end we choose GNDVI. The methodology we used was thresholding the colors, post-processing images. We used a multispectral drone. We overlapped or orthocomposed all the multispectral imagery, and we obtained a green NDVI raster layer. And we selected small areas like this one in which we could see there was only pure coffee. And we compared it with the threshold analysis of the complete series of plants in the whole field, and we could find that the thresholding filter we applied using Python was usable. It worked. So, in the results, this is a small coffee arbust. This is a coffee plant, but only referring to the exact bands of colors, the green colors of coffee. And that's possible because the software normalized the greens. Those green scales are unique for coffee, and the other plants have other green tonalities. So that's why we segmented. And this is another limitation. This is the limitation of fog. If you can see, this is like a little bit white. It was very hard to fly the drone over the plantation because it is always foggy in the mountains of Santa Ana volcano. It was very challenging. Some of those trees are more than 50 meters tall when the correct or the most used height for flight is 30 meters. So we had to evade, we had to maneuver the drone. We almost crashed it many times. I'm sorry. And some birds are very aggressive. We have, yes, very territorial. We called it in Spanish gavilanes, which is a kind of hawk. And yes, they tend to think that drones are eatable. And this is the pine cloud. this point cloud over here corresponds to the coffee, and this other is the shadow. And somebody told me, why don't you just get the points of the height of the shadow plantation and make a discrimination, because you already know the height of the coffee trees. That is completely false, because everything is mixed. There is young, here, there is young shadow trees, about the same height of coffee plants. That is pretty common in El Salvador, because these shadow trees, they last like for 5 to 6 years. Then they die, and their sons, produced by the seeds, of course, are still growing. They are continuously growing. So in this channel, it is mixed, the coffee plants and the shadow plants, and the widths. Widths can be very high. Some widths can even enroll the whole foliage of the coffee trees. So making a separation by altitude of the point clouds is not usable at all. That's what we found. So what we got, this is another thing. You can see the shadows of the mountains. It is a very complex geography. We have shadow, and we have very shiny places depending on the capricious shape of the land. What we found is that the subsamples of the adjusted GNDVI made a very good match with the whole field adjusted GNDVI. It was the same, according to our software, that discriminated the coffee plants against the shadow trees compared to the images of the subsamples in which we focus only on the coffee areas, uncovered coffee areas. We had this very good relationship, and we had these GNDVI indexes about 0.7, which means the thresholding processing of the images was working. And these are the results. Here is where we succeeded failing, or we failed successfully, because we wanted to show that herbicides were damaging the coffee plantations, but we proved the contrary. Sorry for that. So the GNDVI of the plantations using herbicides was even a little bit higher than the other ones. Why is that? Well, probably because of competition. The nitrogen use, weeds were not removing the fertilizer from soil and was available for coffee trees. And it seems that the mode of action of the herbicides was not hurting the coffee plant. Of course, coffee plants can translocate the content of the chemicals to the grain, and then that goes to the cup, and then for your stomach. It is possible, but we were not measuring that. We were measuring how it could harm the dynamics of field crop developing. And mechanical was a little bit less effective. It takes more time. Probably some weeds grow too much and affect coffee production. And we had this comparison of plants per hectare, and we had a few plants per hectare, and this is a very dense amount of density. And in both cases, we have the same. Herbicide treatment was a little bit more effective for foliage development of coffee trees. It was not expected. We failed successfully. But yeah, well, chemicals, that's another thing. If you analyze the coffee grains, you will find something different. But when you look to the impact on the crop dynamics, the development of the leaves and everything, it seems that there are very nice results with using herbicides, and that's why Salvadorian farmers are always using herbicides, because they seem to be beneficial. But they are not studying the quality of the grain. That's the part that they are not taking in account. So they are just seeing the robust green color in the plant, not the quality of the grain. That's what happens. And then, the better part. Thank you.
So we have time for 2 questions. So what are the next plans, right? Because you're saying that they are not analyzing the grains. That would be interesting.
Yes.
And also concerning the ground truth, how sure are you that what you're measuring with the drones is the reality, whatever reality is?
Well, next steps is using artificial intelligence to make segmentation. This stuff. We made an algorithm to segment colors, but it was color processing libraries used with Python. Techniques which did not use AI. But it was effective. It worked, and it was cheap and fast. Let's see some other techniques to refine the detection. And therefore, as well, that is not enough. We need to analyze grains. We had to use more technology to see the content of dangerous chemicals. The biggest harmful potential is that you don't notice the presence of these chemicals in the grains, because the grains look very healthy, very well developed. The plants are apparently perfect, having no problem at all, and then you don't know what you're drinking. So that's why I told you we failed successfully, because there is a gap still in there.
So I'm glad that you lost your luggage in the plane, because there is some coffee for me, right? Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. So the next speaker is, according to my schedule, Moritz from the Earth Observation Lab team, so from our team. And he's talking about one of our projects, the IrriStaud project.
So, hello everyone. Glad to be here. Would rather be outside, to be honest, in this beautiful weather. But nevertheless, I'll be talking about the IrriStaud project, one of the projects that we started in 2004 last year. Well, the project started in 2004, but officially as a University of Rhine-Waal, we only were included mid or end of last year. What does the IrriStaud project focus on? We focus on optimizing water use in plotted plants, trays and row planting with a high focus on blueberry plants specifically. It's a cross-border collaboration between growers, researchers and tech companies. And we have 3 core objectives, which is non-invasive and sensor-based measurements of stress, specifically water stress in plants, developing an irrigation control platform and a data dashboard, visualizing all these data that we acquire, and in the end a targeted and efficient irrigation practice that results through these previous 2 points. Just a little bit more information on the background of the project and its partners. We have, I would say, quite a large consortium with various interesting teams. So the project duration, as I said, is beginning of 24 until the end of 26. Our lead partner is Compass Agro, and I must admit I have to read now from my paper because I keep forgetting about all these details about these companies. So Compass Agro is a research and consultancy firm that operates within the agricultural sector. It offers practical fields for testing, educational services, and supports sustainable and effective farming methods. Hochschule Rhine-Waal is the university that we're in right now. We also are quite interdisciplinary, I think, and also with the Earth Observation Lab focus on environmental monitoring. Yorka is a company based in Venlo. They mainly focus on sensor technologies, wireless sensor technologies to measure soil health, environmental factors and parameters. And then we have Forschungszentrum Jülich, which is one of the most renowned research institutes in Europe, very interdisciplinary. Specifically, we're working specifically with the center EBG2, which focuses on plant phenotyping and sustainable agriculture. And then we have Nachhaltige Zierpflanzenproduktion. It's a conglomerate of around 17 horticultural companies or firms in NRW, in North Rhine-Westphalia. They also offer trial fields, for example, and also focus on sustainable cultivation of agricultural plants. And then we have University of Bonn, specifically Kompetenzzentrum Gartenbau, and they are also an interdisciplinary center that bring together expertise from science, experimental research, and advisory services. And they're highly supported by Forschungszentrum Jülich, Landwirtschaftskammer NRW, and also, well, University of Bonn. So a little bit of background, why blueberries? So in 2021, just some statistics, sorry, a bit boring maybe. Germany produced approximately 15 tons of blueberries, contributing to the rising domestic production. Netherlands produced quite a lot as well, about 8.5 tons in 2021, and are very big in imports and exports across Europe. As of 2020, blueberries were cultivated on an area of around 3,000 hectares in Germany, and in the Netherlands it was in comparison about 1,000 hectares. So a fairly large area and large amounts of blueberries. A little bit repetitive. It is a cross-border collaboration between growers, researchers, and tech companies. Our main objectives are reducing water usage of the plants, improving plant growth and health with precise irrigation, supporting sustainable agricultural practices, and using non-invasive and in situ measurements to acquire the amount of stress, specifically water stress in plants, and the irrigation platform we mentioned before as well. And now we come to the experimental setup. So this is an image, a bit too far. That's an image of the experimental field in Venlo at Compass Agro. So we have three different types of blueberry. We have three different types of blueberry plants. The main ones are Duke, Valor, and Cargo. These are the most common blueberry varieties that are planted in mass production. Our experimental setup consists of 3 rows, each with multiple different irrigation schemes. So some are irrigated with 100% irrigation, some with 75 and 50 to actually simulate this water stress, so it's measurable by our sensors. Additionally, where the dots are where the sensors or the in-situ sensors of Yorka are installed. So these include ground moisture content, humidity sensors. Additionally, we have a weather station that is also next to these rows, also to acquire wind direction, wind speed, and current weather parameters. Additionally, we also have potted plants on these trials. Here as well, we have different watering schemes of 80, 70, and 60%. The plants are Hosta, Astilbe, and Convallaria. I'm not the expert in this, but Hosta and Astilbe, as much as I know, are very drought resistant, and Convallaria is actually a type that is less drought resistant, and it's also a little bit of comparison between these interspecies. As well, we have 3 different types of substrate. One is peat, the typical substrate that's used in high production. peat reduced, and cocoa, which is a more sustainable version of a substrate. And yeah, it's increasing demand for this also to be environmentally friendly. That's a little bit of a repetition again, sorry about that. So here's some excerpts on our flight missions from last year. So these are the rows, the blueberry rows. Here you can also see the GPS systems that we set up on site to be able to measure these ground control points, so those white circles that you can see on the ground. These are used to georeference our drone images to make them accurate on a global scale and to also make them repetitive. So if we measure once a week, we always want them exactly overlapping on top of each other. That's why we need the position of these points that we later on see in the images, in the drone images as well. And here you see one of our dedicated student workers being very happy about it. And next. And this is the sensor that we use and the drone that we use. It's a multispectral imaging sensor. We heard that also in previous talks. It acquires 5 bands, 5 specific bands in the visible spectrum and the non-visible spectrum. In this case, blue, green, red, and a section in the in the red edge band, which is kind of the incline of a typical spectral profile of a plant, of vegetation, and also 1 band in the near-infrared region. This is all mounted on a older DJI Phantom 4, and which also has an additional RGB camera with 20 megapixels, whereas the multispectral camera has a much lower resolution. On top of that, we also have from the Forschungszentrum Jülich, who always have the nicest toys and the best sensors, which is quite incredible to see. This is a so-called field weasel. That's the German pronunciation, sorry about that. It's a big boom that is fully motorized. It has a very cute little remote controller, kind of like a gaming controller where the whole thing is driven with. And the boom, special thing about this, the boom can drive a sensor system, a sensor platform left and right. Additionally, the entire system can move based on 3 wheels on each side. And in this case, this was brought over from the Forschungszentrum Jülich to the fields of Venlo to measure individual plants, and also with a multispectral camera that in this case has a much higher resolution though and is much closer to the plants, so giving more information than our drone images can. And yeah, coming to the first results, yeah, you've seen it multiple times today already. NDVI, the most typical vegetation index that is out there to be used with drone images, specifically with multispectral images. It just shows how it correlates roughly with how healthy a plant is. And these were the first results of our measurements. We did these measurements multiple times in that half year last year, always trying to catch drought periods. So when the sun was out for like a week non-stop, we would measure at the end of it, and also try to measure after a strong rainfall, for example, to also have a comparison in between these data sets and different various conditions. Additionally, we used standard open GIS software, Geographical Information System software, to embed the data that we acquire from the drone and the sensor data from Yoka together in one bundle, in one database for further processing. This is also one excerpt you see here. So each plant is marked with a circle, and each plant has an ID and has a name and different irrigation schemes and so on, and we map that all out so it's easier for us to process and find the correlation between different types of soil moisture and water content with the drone data. Next one. This is an additional, let's say, product that you get out of a drone image, is a digital elevation model. So here, the whiter it is, the higher it is. And these show the rows of the blueberry plants. I drew a line over that in the software to visualize the height differences, and you can actually see on the bottom the individual plant and the mean height of that line. This is also useful to see growth patterns and see over the years on how much these plants will grow. This is a screenshot of the full service platform or dashboard from Yorka that embeds all the sensors that they installed in the field into one place. For example, the Bodenfurcht, I don't know if you'd say it like that. So the soil moisture content and soil temperature and so on is all provided here. And this is also later on where we would like to embed our drone images and the data for more visual representation. So what we expect at the end are enhanced plant growth with lower resource use, so less water use, a significant reduction in water, scalable solutions in various horticultural sectors, strengthened cross-border research and innovation networks. So this network, I think, is quite a precious network that works really well, and I'm really looking forward to the next couple of years. And the next, so market potential, just a little bit of a teaser. So it's a direct impact on 200 plus growers in the border region, quite a few blueberry growers in this region. Potential scale to horticulture, other fruit production and greenhouse farming potentially, and a strong demand for water-saving technologies in agriculture is still the main driver for this work. Next steps will be co-creation groups to intensify the collaboration with growers and farmers. Obviously, this is the most important part. They need to draw benefit out of this and need to see results. Implement the data and further develop algorithms for the dashboard on the platform. And potentially also publishing the acquired data, so the sensor data and the drone imagery, as well as the data from Forschungs- und Mühlich, as open data with a standardized metadata standard, so standardized description of the data, so that potentially other people can use this data and further research too. And that was it. Thank you.
Are there any questions? I'm sure there are. Kai?
Thanks. If I remember the numbers correctly, you mentioned early on that the total area of cultivation would be roughly 3 times as much in Germany compared to Holland. But the yield or the harvest was not even twice as much. So I was wondering if you have any idea how. Okay.
More questions?
Well, it's definitely something to look at why that is. Certainly. Either the numbers are wrong or.
So at this point, you have an idea about the general height of the plants concerning your water use or whatever, or your treatment. But will you also go into fruit quantity and quality?
Yeah, so this is something that we didn't do last year. So, for example, measuring the outcome, the harvest out of it. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, quantity and quality. I mean, how much do you get,
so
and sugar content or whatever is quality.
This is something that we commented on last year, that this wasn't measured, because this is one of the important parameters actually in the end. And this is something that they're going to measure this year for sure. So sugar content of the various size and general amount.
So you might want to contact the Chilean cherry growers that do exactly that too. Okay, anyway, further questions? I think everybody gets hungry. Carl?
Ah, yeah.
You have.
If I understood it right, you have a You have a spectrometer on your drones, and you have the super fancy ULICH spectrometer. What do you do with the ULICH spectrometer? Do you use it to improve the drone data processing?
Also to see what different scales can actually change of the outcome, right? I mean, we do the data processing now and see close by images can have a completely different result in the processing than higher up. And this is also scalable. Interestingly, this will be also scalable to like satellite imagery, for example. Much easier, much more readily available, and covers a much more larger area. So that's why we're trying to really get as many steps height-wise as we can to just see the differences and the correlations between that.
Isn't the spectrometer from ULICH a hyperspectral imaging?
No, it's a multispectral imaging.
It's multispectral?
Yeah.
Same bands?
A few more bands as much as I know, yeah. They also have a sun-induced fluorescence sensor, yes. This is something that will probably be talked about in a bit though. Yeah. Thanks.
Discuss a little longer, and I hope it's